Can you hear me with this new piece of equipment?
It's nice, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now I feel like a sportscaster.
Play by play.
From a pilot to a sportscaster.
Yeah.
For the tape, like my computer decided to crash.
Yeah. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order at 7:15 p.m. Councilman Baranski.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize defense counsel to proceed as proposed in the closed session.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second that motion. Ms. Dolan, any comments and questions on that motion first? None. Ms. Dolan, could you please call a vote?
Sure. 1 second, please.
Yep.
Okay. Member Bransky,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
Yes.
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lessig,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Winawicki.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The motion carries. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session to hold a strategy session with the city's legal counsel related to ongoing negotiations with the Fraser Lieutenants Association to be used as item 6B on the agenda.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for you. I don't think Mr. Vantuzzi has joined us yet. Would you like to switch the order and have Mr. Meehan go first? He is in the waiting room.
Yes.
Okay, then I'll swap that out. I'll change my motion to consult with city's legal counsel regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with the Macomb County Circuit Court case 2019-002843-CD.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments and questions on the motion? None? Ms. Dolan, could you please call a vote?
Member Bransky,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
Yes.
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lessig,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Sorry, yes.
Okay,
Member
we're going
Winawicki.
Yes.
Okay,
okay,
thank you.
motion carries. We're going to close session at 7:17. 8:02 PM. Miss Councilwoman Baranski.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to make a motion to authorize defense counsel to proceed as proposed in closed session.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Any comments or questions? Okay, Ms. Dolan, could you please call a vote?
Sure. May I have the second, please?
Mr. Lessig, I believe it was.
Okay, thank you.
It was Dave.
Oh, Dave, okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
Yes.
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lessig,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
No.
Member Winawiki.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to hold a strategy session related to ongoing negotiations with the Fraser Lieutenants Association be assessed as item 6B on the agenda.
A
Second.
second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Okay, Ms. Dolan, could you please call a vote?
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
Yes.
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lessig,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Winawiki.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Did anybody need an extra 5 minutes or we're good? Yes, okay, we'll convene at 8:10 at closed session.
Thank you.
5, 6. Kathy? And Patrice.
Everybody,
I mean, I'm sorry, Suzanne.
I'm right here.
Suzanne's here. Okay.
I'm here.
Oh.
Okay, we're good, Mike.
Turn your video on. We're good. I'd like to call the Fraser City virtual meeting back to order at 9:22 p.m. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the city labor attorney to proceed as proposed in closed session.
Second,
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments on the motion? None. Ms. Dolan, could you please call a vote?
Sure. Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
Yes.
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
yes.
Member Lesage,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Winawiki.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Motion carries. Item 7, consent agenda. Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki.
Mr. Mayor, not having heard any call outs, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
I have a question about the consent agenda. I wasn't here at the beginning of the motion or the meeting, I mean. I did have an issue with E with regard to the approval of the 2021 calendar. Because it looks like there's no meeting scheduled currently for November because it falls on Veterans Day. And I was wondering if council wanted to pick a different day for that month. Just because we have to approve the calendar, we might as well do it now. That was what I was, that was my only issue.
Ms. Kalka, I think that we noted that as well, and we were kind of looking at the Tuesday of that week as opposed to the Thursday, and glad you brought that up because I was supposed to.
Oh, that's okay.
So that would be November 9th.
2021.
Yes.
The only other concern that I would have with that date is there's going to be an election on, hold on, let me get there. Hold on. There'll be on the 2nd.
Yes.
So, and there's, so we have to hold a special meeting for that after the election, and then we have a council meeting.
No, you have a council meeting, then you have the meeting where you get sworn in. So you have your
Is that
regular
how it
meeting
goes?
and
I
then-
forgot. Okay, it's been so long. Okay,
Yeah.
so basically we could have then that Tuesday, the Tuesday the 9th. And then the meeting, the swearing in meeting would be like the 15th-ish, right?
Right.
Or if
Okay.
we decide to have extra meetings, it would be later that month, the 18th or 25th.
Right. But that's something that the swearing in meeting potentially and any of those special meetings we can definitely change. We can
Right.
modify later on, but just for purposes of having that one meeting, does anybody have any opposition to that November 9th date, the Tuesday, November 9th?
I would second that.
I don't have a problem with it.
So
seen
I
it.
would, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, I was gonna say, go ahead and if you want to make a motion.
Yes, I was going to make a motion to amend the 2021 calendar year for the Fraser City Council meeting schedule only for the month of November, wherein the meeting for the month of November would take place on Tuesday, November 9th, 2021 at 7 p.m.
6:30.
7?
I don't know, what is it? I didn't even notice the times. Are they all 6:30 now? Okay, so we'll do 6:30, sorry.
6:30.
Second.
For a motion and second. Any comments or questions on that motion or date? I see none. Ms. Dolan, could you please call a vote?
Sure. All right, Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
Yes.
Member Carnegie, Member Shornack?
Yep.
Member Winawiki?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Pro Tem Winawiki, if you'd like to amend your motion or for the amended
Consent agenda.
consent agenda.
We have Amy is raising her hand.
Yeah, I just have another question. Just, I want to make sure of something before I vote on the amended consent agenda. In the consent agenda was the budget up through October, and it referenced that we would need to do budget amendments because of cost overruns. One that comes to mind particularly was the $75,000 increased premiums in our insurance policies. That will be done separately. That's not done as part of this consent agenda. Is that correct?
Correct, that is correct.
Okay. All right, perfect. I just wanted to make sure because this is
Yep.
new to me. Okay,
It'll be its own separate agenda item.
okay, perfect. Then I don't have any issues with the consent agenda
Okay.
as amended.
Okay, motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Ms. Blanky? Do you second that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments, questions? Okay, Ms. Dolan, can you please call a vote?
Okay, Member Baranski?
Yes.
Member Blanky?
Yes.
Member Carnegie?
Yes.
Member Kalka?
Yes.
Member Lesage?
Yes.
Member Shornack?
Yes.
Member Winawiki?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion carries. Request for council action, item A, request council approval, the reappointment of assessing board of review member Kenny Perry, term to expire 12/31/22.
I'd like to make a motion. I'll make a motion.
To approve.
Okay, I'd like to
Second.
make,
We have a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Ms. Dolan, can you please call a vote?
Member Baranski?
Yes.
Member Blanky?
yes.
Member Carnegie?
Yes.
Member Kalka?
Yes.
Member Lesage?
Yes.
Member Shornack?
Yes.
Member Winawiki?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, congratulations, Mr. Perry. Thank you again for volunteering and participating. Item B, request council of reappointment of assessing board review member Kat Zernicki in a term to expire 12/31/22.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Okay, Ms. Dolan, you please call a vote.
Member Baranski?
Yes.
Member Blanky?
Yes.
Member Carnegie?
Yes.
Member Kalka?
Yes.
Member Lesage?
Yes.
Member Shornack?
Yes.
Member Winawiki?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kathy Zarnicki, again for your reappointment. Item C, request council approval for the reappointment of zoning board of appeals member Robert Logan, term to expire 12/31/2023.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to request council approve the reappointment of Robert Logan to the Zoning Board of Appeals with a term to expire at 12/31/2023.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? I see none. Ms. Dolan?
Hey, Member Shornack, did you second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Member Baranski?
Yes.
Member Blanky?
Yes.
Member Carnegie?
Yes.
Member Kalka?
Yes.
Member Lesage?
Yes.
Member Shornack?
Yes.
And Member Winawiki?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Congratulations, Mr. Logan. Thank you again for your time in serving. Item D, request council approval reappointment of zoning board of appeals member Dale Hunt.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Winky.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was
Mr. Winawiki?
going to, yes, I was going to make a motion to reappoint to the zoning board of appeals member Dale Hunt, term to
I'll sec-
expire 12/31/2023.
Okay. We have
I'll second.
a motion and a second. Any comments? Ms. Dolan, please call a vote.
Member Baranski?
Yes.
Member Blanky?
Yes.
Member Carnegie?
Yes.
Member Kalka?
Yes.
Member Lesage?
Yes.
Member Shornack?
Yes.
Member Winawiki?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Great.
you.
And finally, thank you, Mr. Hunt, for your service to the city of Fraser. Item E, discussion and action to interlocal agreement for designated accessor. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is really an act of regional cooperation for municipal governments or local governments in Macomb County. I suspect it will not ever have any direct implications for our community, but it sets up a procedure by which if our assessors fail to meet standards and they fail to correct their activity, and if we choose to do so, we could use the services of a designated assessor that has been identified by the Macomb County. So this is an interlocal agreement, and I think a majority of the communities in Macomb County have to agree. As I said, I suspect that this would be something we would never use. It would be there if we needed to. Our recommendation is we go ahead and approve it as a show of support and regional cooperation.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody would like to make the motion? Councilwoman Blanky.
I'd like to make a motion to agree to make a motion on the action of the interlocal agreement for a designated assessor in the city of Fraser.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any other comments? Okay, Ms. Dolling, please call a vote.
All right, Member
Bless you.
Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
Yes,
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesage,
yes,
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Winawiki.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion carries. Item F, discussion or action for public safety officer replacement. Lieutenant, are you handling this one?
I think the city manager is also.
Okay, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Relatively simple. Again, this is authorization to hire a public safety officer that would serve as a replacement for a retiring public safety officer. So it would keep us at our current strength. I'd also like to comment or remind the council that we expect some retirements in the future as well. So you'll probably be seeing this again before very long.
Okay, Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the hiring of a public safety officer in anticipation of pending retirements.
second,
Second.
We have a motion and double seconds. Any other comments or questions? Okay, Ms. Dolling, please call a vote.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
yes,
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesage,
yes,
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Winawiki.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Item G, discussion and or action on Public Works Department position replacement. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is a little more complex than we originally anticipated. As council is aware, Jason Hoffman resigned and has moved to another job working for DTE. And Jason was a supervisor in our Public Works Department, very valued member of our team. So that's what this was originally about. But more recently, the acting or the interim director of the Department of Public Works has indicated his intention to resign as well, Mr. Schaefer, who we all know. And he and I have talked, and that will be effective out or around February 1st. So I wanted to make the council aware of that. So in reality, there are a couple of positions now we need to start searching for as it relates to our Department of Public Works. also like to say that Mr. Schaefer has been, in the time I have been here, a strong member of our team, someone who I have enjoyed working with, and candidly, sorry to see that he is moving on. I know that he has lots of opportunities and is excited about those opportunities, but we will miss him and his positive attitude in our office and in our operation. So what was originally one position really is two, and this will also be mentioned later on in the agenda in a report from Amy Sell. But we just wanted to make, we wanted to get that ball rolling in terms of filling those much needed vacancies. So those much, we need very strongly to get moving, filling those vacancies.
So am I to assume you're changing the department position to positions on this, or is that coming after Amy Sell's report?
Probably is a way to, a good way to approach it. I hadn't thought about it in that regard, but we probably do need to make that a plural, yes.
Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, obviously, first I want to express appreciation to Mr. Schaefer for all that he's done. And definitely sad to see you go, but understand. And I was going to just make a motion to have the city post for the Public Works Superintendent position with the guidelines previously presented by this council last winter, that unfortunately the former city manager never followed through on.
Sorry, Amy, we lost you. You froze up.
Shoot, I'm sorry. My motion, hopefully you heard me express my appreciation for Nick.
Yes.
Thank you for everything. My motion was to proceed with posting for, recruiting for, and advertising for a superintendent of Department of Public Works, with the parameters we previously discussed last winter for that position.
Okay, Mr. Thompson suggested that we add the word positions to multiply, or we consider it for one, or we just do one?
I'm just doing the chief
The one.
job
Okay,
currently.
just want to make sure we're clear.
Yeah, just to get that done. As,
Okay.
you know,
So
that's
so we do have a motion on the floor.
Second,
We have a
I
second.
second it.
Councilwoman Kalka.
Yes. Just for clarification, we've already directed Amy Sell to do this, even though it hasn't been done yet. That's my understanding. So I don't know if we need a formal motion to do it again. Maybe I mean, we did this last winter, even though it didn't happen in close proximity. We already have made a motion to do it. So I'm not sure if you
my
mean.
motion is to put it to the forefront of her multi-growing pile of things to do.
Okay, fair enough.
We didn't make a motion for her to do it. She inherited it.
Yes.
And I would like it to go to the top of the pile, because we definitely need, obviously we need a number one and a number two. My first motion is just to put to the top of the pile, the number one position.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for the clarification.
And as you know, don't have a problem with that. So we do have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Councilman Blanky, second it. Any comments or questions? This is for just the director's position only. Ms. Dolan.
Superintendent,
Superintendent.
for the superintendent position.
Yep.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
Yes.
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesage,
Unfortunately, yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Winawiki.
Yes. And Nick, thank you for your service.
I also did too want to say thank you, Nick, very much. I see you're online. I know that every time I've requested help and information and actions taken, you've jumped right on it right away. So thank you again. Sad to see you go.
Yes. Same here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy Sell, did I see you raise your hand or no? Okay. Item H, discussion and action, purchase of public safety extrication equipment. Mr. Thompson, yeah, you have the floor, and I believe we also have Sergeant Jason Poole online for any questions. And for council to know, I've asked for some of the equipment to be placed out here in front that we can show you also by video that's here. So Mr. Thompson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I might add that I was operating the equipment this afternoon and didn't hurt myself at all. At any rate, this is an opportunity to replace some very old equipment. This equipment is used primarily at the scene of automobile accidents, generally severe automobile accidents, where special equipment is needed to generally get people out of the vehicles. My understanding is that for the last couple of years, we attempted to get funding through some grant opportunities, and they were unsuccessful. And what we have before us now is an opportunity, not for a grant, but to participate in a large purchase. And as a result of participating in a large purchase, save some money over what our normal costs would be. The savings would be about $2,500 on a base of about $41,000. This is very specialized and very expensive equipment. Our existing equipment is decades old, and if you could see, you'd see that some of it is duct taped together or electrical tape or something along those lines. Certainly not what we could count on for any much more time in the future. So there's an opportunity to get us where we need to be and save a few dollars. I would say it's not in the budget this year. Our intention was to put it in next year. This opportunity presented itself, and we hope we can take advantage of it.
Okay. Councilwoman Baranski.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the purchase of the extrication equipment in the amount of the bid presented to us with gambling forfeiture funds.
Okay, we have a motion. I saw many hands. Councilwoman Shornack.
Well, I was just going to ask about the gambling funds because I know there were some emails that went back and forth, and I was trying to understand because I thought one of them said we couldn't do that. I thought Lieutenant Bisbee said we couldn't take it out of there, and I wanted to understand why.
A drug forfeiture. I don't think you could take it out of drug forfeiture. We can take gambling funds.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted the clarification. Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Kolka.
Sorry, just a comment very quickly. I wanted to thank whoever's idea it was to put this out here for the residents to see exactly what we are purchasing. I think this is a really great visual. I think it gives us full disclosure and transparency about where the money is going, what it's being used for. So thank you to whoever's idea this was. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I can't say enough about it. That's it.
Mayor Pro Tem Winowicki.
Yeah, I want to second that motion, but I also want to comment that my oldest son used to be a medic firefighter here in the city of Fraser, and back when he was on serving, that equipment was outdated at that time. And I had an opportunity to discuss with him last week that we were considering purchasing new equipment. He said it's in the best interest of the city because the way they're making cars today, the old equipment is not going to be functional enough to be able to act quickly and get people out of cars. So that's my reason for seconding.
Thank you. Well, I can add some comments too. I believe that this last set was bought by the paid on call firefighters. We raised the money and donated it many, many years ago. Jason Poole set up training for us about a month and a half ago with extrication. We had an old car and a new car. We were able to cut the old car apart in about 15 minutes total. The new car, it took twice as long to do it. So the new technology has to be forefront in cutting people out of cars and looking at these tools. I've looked at them. I know Mr. Sergeant Poole's done a great job. I wanted to thank him for all the work that he's done. Jason, I don't know if you'd like to add something to it, but these are the things that we do to save people's lives in the field. And I've had the opportunity to cut a lot of cars apart, getting people out, and you need the best you can get. So I also appreciate it as a firefighter. Jason?
No, I think you hit a lot of great points. The technology of cars are superseding our equipment year by year. And it's definitely a great move for the residents and the victims to get this equipment out there so we can get people out of the car as quick as possible.
Yeah. And thank you for being proactive. And I know it didn't work with the grant writings, but being proactive and piggybacking a big purchase, that was a great idea. I appreciate it.
Thank
Okay,
you. Appreciate it.
anybody else? Okay, we have a motion and second on the floor. Ms. Dolan, would you like to call a vote?
Yes. Member Baranski?
Yes.
Member Blanky?
Yes.
Member Carnegie?
Absolutely.
Member Kalka?
Yes.
Member Lesage?
Yes.
Member Shornack?
I said yes. I thought you heard me. Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Oh, I'm like.
And then Member Winawiki?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the tools, we'll keep you updated on the tools. And when they're here, we're glad to invite council to come in and check them out. And we're still under COVID policy, but you can still come in and look at it. We can share the tools. So,
Hopefully February, they said.
yep. Okay, thank you. Item I, discussion, action, or authorized water system telemetry annual payment service fee. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, this is an expense that sounds like it's going to be an ongoing additional expense that frankly, a couple of months ago or less, we were unaware of. And I was not here in the beginning, which goes back a few years when we installed our automatic water meter reading system at, I am sure, a substantial cost. And this is this relates to the ongoing software updates to make sure that it continues to work. And will be annually in year number one, we'd expect it to be $2. Can you still hear me? Okay. At any rate, it's about $2.23 per meter this year, which would generate, or which will result in about $12,000. And the cost is going to go up. Frankly, we wanted to make you aware of it. And since the cost was noteworthy, it's one of those things where we don't have much choice. If we want our telemetry to work and be able to continue to read water meters, looks like we have to do this. This is relates to the system that we installed a few years back.
Mayor had some technical difficulties.
Oh,
Froze and booted off.
is he not here?
Yeah, he deconnected.
Just
Deconnected. I don't know what I'm making up words.
Yeah, he lost all of his feed. We're working on it.
New COVID words.
Yeah.
It's a whole new dictionary.
Well, irregardless is now a word, so
Really?
in the dictionary.
Hmm.
Like, come use mine.
Isn't this where Mayor Pro Tem steps in? And
I was
says,
just gonna
"No?"
say, come on,
Let's
David.
move along, ladies and gentlemen. Call the question.
A lot to do. Can't you just call so someone can ask their question?
We're gonna wait for him.
I didn't touch anything. Just to make sure you know that.
Okay, now I'm on a good computer. It looks clear. All right, I'm sorry, everybody. I don't know what happened.
I think if I've given a report and if there are questions, we'll try and address them. Otherwise, we may be interested in getting a motion to allow us to proceed here.
Okay, I will believe everybody.
I had a question.
Go ahead, Ms.
Okay.
Golka.
I just may, I'm sorry, Mark, just to make sure that the residents understand a little bit about what this is. So we had new meters installed, more digital meters, and these are software updates. This is what this cost is associated with. Is that correct?
No.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of background noise and I don't know where it's coming from.
Well, we no longer read meters by hand like individually. We have, I think, 5 stations throughout the community. And again, this predates me, so I don't know all the details. But the information is uploaded and we receive that automatically. So there's a lot of telemetry and computer activities going on that replaces, frankly, what I presume were a few meter readers years ago. And this is a cost that we were not incurring before, but in order to keep the system operating, it appears that we have little choice but to buy into this program. And it's like lots of technology programs, there are ongoing costs, and in this case, a cost increase. But it is for our water meter reading. This is the basis upon which we bill for water and sewer usage.
So it's not software updates, it's just to continue to use the software or continue to use the technology?
And again, I don't know all the details. Mr. Lessig perhaps knows better than I, but it is to continue to allow us to use the technology that exists now.
Okay. Mike, do you know more about it?
Yeah, I do have some knowledge, and I think Nick's here too. He can correct me when I make a mistake. But in 2014 or so, the city decided to eliminate meter readers and put up a radio what they call fixed wireless technology to read the meter. And we did not replace our meters. We replaced the endpoints, the box on the outside of the house. And that transmits to a pole in several poles throughout the city. That is read 96 times a day. The meter reads come into City Hall, and that's how they're managed. What happened was this platform was based on Adobe Flash. Most people understand Flash to be video games, but it's actually used for a variety of technology. It is no longer supported as of New Year's Eve. So it simply can't, it won't be functional after that in a reliable or supportable way. Most meter reading systems are going to this technology where they go to the cloud, and the data will be sent to the cloud versus sent directly to City Hall. It'll be browser-based, no hardware on our end other than our existing hardware. So we are eliminating any kind of equipment on our server, so to speak, to collect that data. It'll all be collected at Neptune. It's 20 cents a month per meter, which is a lot cheaper than reading meters by hand. So that's my understanding. Nick, you can correct anything I just said.
Thank you.
No.
That's really great. Thank you. I appreciate the update. Go ahead, Nick.
No, pretty much, yeah, Councilman Lessig is pretty much spot on. The way I look at it, pretty much since we installed it is we have a smartphone without Wi-Fi, to say the least. So as far as this upgrade and the new software, it's desperately needed. We don't have a whole lot of choice in the matter without completely redoing the system. So as far as Neptune goes, my recommendation is to move forward and to approve what's on the agenda.
Councilwoman Shore.
Nick,
I just want to make sure, though, since this is going to be something that's going to be an annual bill, that we put it into the IT budget, since it is IT based, more or less. So, I mean,
Oh, okay,
as
let's
far as
go
budgeting goes, or is it gonna have to be underwater? Because it
Underwater.
needs to be somewhere.
Underwater,
Yeah, except it's updates on technology.
it's paid
Definitely
for by
underwater.
water and sewer.
Mm. Well, I just want to make sure that that John put it somewhere so it's going to be allocated for properly.
Nick, can I ask a question of you?
Mhm.
The question would be, since we did not replace the meters themselves, but at some point in time in the future we will, this technology would, and the fixed wireless would still be usable in the future when we decide to move forward with swapping out the meters with newer fancy digital meters.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. We need to go with digital meters and put the e-coders in. And then our system would be able to function as proposed. So absolutely.
And that was the initial goal back in 2014, correct?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
That was the goal. So we're doing the meter change out, like Councilman Lesch recommended or mentioned, that is ideally the goal to do and once was. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? I believe those.
I would like to make a motion to authorize the purchase or the agreement for a water system telemetry system, I guess, an annual payment service fee according to the schedule presented by Neptune for Ferguson Water.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'm sorry that I was offline, but my only question is this a yearly contract? Or
It's an annual.
Annual, but is this fee guaranteed for so long or just 1 year?
There's 3 years, and it's the first year is discounted, the second year is discounted a little less, and I think the third year is full price.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mike. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Nolan, could you please call a vote?
Okay. Member Bransky,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
Yes.
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesage,
No, of course, yes.
Woke us all up.
Made my neck snap.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Winawiki.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for waking me up. Item J, discussion and or action franchise renewal agreement with Wide Open West, as known as WOW.
Hi.
This came to us, actually came to the mayor probably 3 weeks ago now. And this relates to the WOW cable franchise agreement, which it looks like it expired back in October, I think. And this is a renewal. We've checked it today. The terms and conditions are identical to the last contract, which was 10 years ago. And frankly, there was a time, a long time ago, where there was an opportunity for some individual negotiations. That was a long, long time ago. And now our opportunities for individual negotiations are eliminated by virtue of both federal and state law. So for mostly, this is a sort of a form contract now. The WOW agreement that we have currently and the one that is proposed and before you has a 5% franchise fee. And Mr. Lesage asked some questions earlier today, and frankly, that 5% is a direct add-on to the bill. That franchise fee of 5% then comes back to the city, and the original concept that was in return for the use of our rights of way. They string wires through along our streets and that sort of thing, and that's what we get in return. In the last couple of years, that has averaged in the neighborhood of $80,000 to $85,000 revenue to the city. And at this point, we're limited at 5% maximum for the franchise fee. We could diminish it if we were so inclined. Although generally you'd like to keep all of those the same so that you weren't giving a competitive advantage to one company over another. Anyway, that's where it is. I'll be happy to answer any questions. It's relatively technical, and I say that because I probably don't know the answers to your questions. Not you may have good questions. I may not have good answers.
That's why I turned it over to you guys. Mr. Lethbridge.
Yeah, I have a question. The franchise fee, just to be clear, is an amount we set that is added to the bill. It is not an amount of money that WOW pays out of the revenues they receive for their services. It is essentially a tax we apply to this bill. Would that be accurate, Don? Or I know it's a fee, but a fee that looks like a duck and quacks like a duck is a duck.
Is in the legal world, Mr. Lesich, it's a user fee, and I think that's how we refer to it. It may look like it's a tax in the layperson sense because if you choose to use WOW as your provider, you have to pay 5% on top of your bill for the use of the city's roads and rights of way and things like that. So it may look or sound like a tax, but it's considered a user fee. You are using that service, and there is a cost to the city in terms of its rights of way and monitoring and maintenance that then you are contributing to by using that service. And as Mr. Thompson pointed out, that fee is for using Comcast or any other telecommunications provider over the years or that may exist now. Did we lose the mayor? Oh, there you are.
Lost somebody.
Lost somebody.
I think we lost them.
So and second question, follow up on that, do AT&T and Comcast pay the same 5%? Or do we assess the same 5% franchise fee to the customers of AT&T and Comcast?
Mr. Lesich, that's an excellent question, and I should have an answer to that, and I don't. I presume that we do. We can check and find out, but I do not know the answer to that for sure right now. 5% is the maximum allowed by law. I think we do, but I do not know that for sure.
I forgot to ask you, so I apologize.
Mark, for purposes of institutional history, I can say that 5% has been the standard in the contracts I saw back in the late 90s and early 2000s. I would doubt that it's been changed. And I think the industry accepts that that's the standard in our community and in this area.
I can't say for sure either, but that would be my guess. And we can check, and frankly, I should have known the answer to that question because it's a very good question.
And they may be on the same schedule, Mark. We'll want to look at Comcast contract with us.
So essentially, it helps us maintain the rights of way and keeps those things in place. So that is the purpose of this, generally.
The money goes into the general fund, but the historical purpose was a payment in return for use of the rights of way.
Thank you.
So Don, you have no issues with this where it stands, correct?
To that question, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any issues with it. I have had an opportunity to go through it. It's a very nuanced and very technical area of the law these days. Back in the old days, there was, as Mr. Thompson pointed out, a lot of room to negotiate contracts. The state put an end to that just for uniformity reasons. It was becoming too difficult to negotiate big city, small city, rural areas. So the state put an end to that. They created this standard form sometime around 2006, and it's been in place ever since. The two areas of negotiation are the fees. We have the franchise fee that we're at 5% on with this one. The other area that we could discuss with them, if the council asked me to, would be the PEG fees, the Educational Governmental Public Access Channels, PEG. We don't know if there is a PEG fee, a PEG fee, we call it, in any of the preceding documents. We don't think there is in the most recent one, but it is something that we could ask for. It's another fee that the residents would pay that use WOW, and the money would go to the city to help offset the cost of things like this, the Fraser channel, and operating a Fraser channel for the benefit of the public. So that is something that was a very important consideration in the old days. It's sort of been phasing out, although it still exists. And I suppose it's worthy of discussion with the council before we decide to approve this, if we're approving this at 0%, or if we'd like to ask WOW to contribute to public educational and governmental programming.
I would say have them donate.
Well, it wouldn't be a donation. They would
Okay.
put it on.
Have, okay, fine.
Yeah, they'll just turn the cost onto the residents. That's all they're gonna do. And I don't really want to do that. Cable costs enough right now.
Yeah.
Any other comments and questions? Mayor Pro Tem Winawiki.
I would make a motion that we approve the Michigan Uniform Video Service local franchise agreement for the renewal. But then I would, before we actually sign on the dotted line, I would ask that question about the PED.
We could certainly do that. Let us, just for clarity's sake, Mr. Winawiki, we would, the 5% would be the maximum we could allow for the general franchise fee. So we can tie that down for sure. As Mr. Denault was saying, the PEG, we can explore that. There are certain criteria that have to be met in terms of usage and that sort of thing. And I'm not sure that we meet that, but I'm not sure that we don't. Actually, I spoke with the people from WOW earlier today and asked them, and they were to get back to me before the end of the day, except their offices are out west, and so I never got a definitive answer. We can certainly explore that and you know, get that issue resolved on the PEG side of the coin.
Okay.
Okay, so we do have a motion. That's right, I didn't hear put in a second.
Somebody seconded. I don't know who it was.
I did.
Oh, Amy.
Okay, we do have a second for this. Right. We're just trying to fix our technical problems here. Ms. Dolan, is you capable of taking a vote?
Yeah. Member Boransky?
Yes.
Member Blanky?
Yes.
Member Carnegie?
Yes.
Member Calta?
Yes.
Member Lesage?
No.
Member Shortand?
Where are we doing this with asking them, or is this just a blanket yes? Because I would rather actually ask this to be tabled to the next meeting until we can get an answer from WOW.
Well, at this point, we're asking.
Well, we have a 30-day window where it renews automatically, I think.
Yeah, so the motion is actually to approve the universal 5%. That's one deal. The second part of that motion was to go ahead and ask for the PEDs. So one is going to renew no
No,
matter
I understand
what.
that, but I'm saying I would kind of want to know if they're willing to do something for our community besides obviously the 5% before I'd say yes. So at this point, I'm going to say no.
But the PED cannot be tied to that 5%. That 5% is a separate deal under a separate agreement, and it's going to renew in 30 days.
Even if this doesn't, if the motion doesn't pass, it'll renew?
Yep.
How can it
Yep.
renew if we don't agree to it?
No, it's actually, Mr. Winnicke, I would correct you on that. If council acts tonight to reject the proposal that WOW has provided to us because it has 0 in the PEG section, that does not, our time would then allow for negotiation. It would not be an auto renewal because the state recognizes we need time to talk about that. They wouldn't force that upon us.
The information I was reading in the report said it was an automatic renewal.
If we don't act.
If we don't act. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, yeah, at this point, then I understand I can't tie one to the other, but I would want to see if what they would, if anything, want to do something for our community before I want to ante up something for them. Especially since our service is really, so I'm going to go no.
Member Winawiki?
Yes.
Okay. Ayes have it.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, Mr. Thompson, our direction from the motion is to send an approval to WOW indicating that the city has approved it with a request for PEG fees.
That is correct, based on the motion.
Very good.
Thank you. Item K, discussion and or action for Municipal Employees Retirement Systems of Michigan, also known as MERS, Addendum Agreement. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mayor, we'd like to defer this. This was a very complicated piece of work that involves the Michigan Municipal Employees Retirement and a variety of groups here, and we had hoped to have all the details worked out. Not quite there yet. So we would like to take no action on this evening until we make sure we get all the details correct and kick it back to, we would hope, a meeting in January where we can bring it to you and say it's in its final form and we're ready to go.
So your request is to just table it to the January meeting?
Postpone.
Postpone.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to postpone. I'm looking for it. The action on the Municipal Employees Retirement System of Michigan MERS Addendum Agreement until the January 2021 meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments, questions? Okay, Ms. Dolly, please call vote.
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
Yes,
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesage.
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Winawiki.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Motion carries. Item I, discussion and or action on streetlight repair payment in the amount of $11,492.37. Mr. Thompson.
We are seeking authorization to make payment. This is a project that has been completed. This is a repair of streetlights. And I think the next time this issue comes up probably will be 30 years from now, but we'll handle it better than we did this time. Nevertheless, we are responsible for a small number of streetlights. I think it's 7, and the underground wiring related to those. That underground wiring was damaged by a contractor not working on our behalf. But since those wires, that underground utility was our responsibility, and we did not adequately mark where they were, the contractor damaged them extensively, and this is what it cost to repair. So unfortunately, while someone else did the damage, we failed to mark them as we should have done, given the what you all know of, you've heard of misdig. Anyway, they didn't get marked. As a result, the repairs are our responsibility, and they're in an amount, a noteworthy amount of almost $11,500 here.
So just for the record, I want to make sure that we were responsible for marking these wires that were so much damaged, correct?
We were responsible for marking them. We didn't mark them. And as they were damaged, and our failure to have them marked properly put that responsibility on us.
Okay. Any other comments and questions from council? Okay, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the payment of the amount of $11,492.37 for the damage to the streetlights.
Second.
Do we have a motion and seconds? Any other comments? Okay, Ms. Dole, please call vote.
Hey, Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
yes,
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesage,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Winawiki.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Item N, discussion or action extension of the City of Fraser COVID-19 emergency to January 14th, 2021. Mayor Pro Tem Marwaki.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to extend the City of Fraser COVID-19 state of emergency through January 14th, 2021.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any other comments? Councilwoman Jordan.
Yeah. Have we gotten any of the money back that we were supposedly supposed to get for all the extra expenditures that the city had to make due to COVID? Have we gotten any of those funds back yet?
Yes, ma'am. I don't think we've gotten all of it, but we've certainly received a lot. Lieutenant Bisbee has been sort of shepherding that and perhaps can give a more thorough answer than I can.
I believe everything has been submitted at this time. So we have approximately a total of about $190,000 total coming to us.
There's more than that. So we have 2 federal payroll grants that we were in for about 600,000. The local one's 189 total. We haven't seen any of that come in. The state was 49. We've already received that in August. I'm trying to think of the other ones off the top of the hand, but the big one's the payroll grant.
Okay, I was just wondering because I don't see what the purpose is in doing this in perpetuity because nothing's going to change anytime soon. And if we are not eligible to get any more money, what's the point of it? So that's why I wanted to know if we actually got any of the money because.
Yes, we have got money.
Okay.
Councilman Lesage.
Yeah, under the revised rules for the OMA, we have to have a locally declared state of emergency in order to hold virtual meetings. I believe that's through December 31st or January 30th, whatever date that is. And the Senate and the House is working on another extension of that through June 30th that may not require that state of emergency. So that's in lame duck and hasn't been finished yet.
Perfect. Any other questions? Okay. So please call a vote.
Yeah. Could you tell me who seconded that? Who seconded that?
I did.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It doesn't matter. Either Amy or
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Member Baranski.
yes.
Member Blanky.
Yes.
Member Carnegie.
Yes.
Member Kalka.
Yes.
Member Lesage.
Yes.
Member Shornack.
Yes.
Member Winawiki.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 9, pending items unfinished business, the report of city administration. Mr. Thompson, did you have something or do you want me to go right to Amy?
I think that we can go right to Amy Sell and her report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Sally, you have the floor.
Great, thank you so much. I know it's late, so I'll try to keep this somewhat brief, but it is very important.
Yes.
So over the last few months, I've had the pleasure of working with an amazing team at Fraser and with Mark to take a look at kind of near-term and longer-term recent changes. Obviously, some of these things have been accelerated by recent events. While this is still kind of a work in process, my goals for looking at the organizational structure have included making sure we have a structure that provides adequate and expert staffing to fulfill the needs of the Fraser community and wishes of council, is fiscally responsible, provides for appropriate fiscal controls and procurement policy management, provides strong leadership really to address the near-term challenges and provide for leadership continuity during times of absences, as well as some level of succession planning. Enhances our ability to attract and retain key staff, works to improve and optimize the resident customer experience, and also provides continuity between the work that Mark Thompson is doing and future team members. And so one of the key recommendations that I have right now, and I think I have some thoughts on additional positions that will need further discussion and review in the new year, But one of the key positions that I would like to would propose is a full-time on-site finance director that also has enhanced duties, more like an assistant city manager that can provide oversight with some of the senior activities and needs, as well as some of the, even though there have been significant changes to park recreation activities, there are still some very important job duties that need to be maintained, as was discussed at a recent council meeting. There is an opportunity to work on our IT services through looking at other vendors, but that still will need to be managed by someone. So what I'm proposing is an assistant city manager kind of / finance director, somebody that has outstanding finance skills, can make sure that we are optimizing our investments, ensuring adequate internal controls, but also is kind of an enhanced role to really be a strong leader and partner to further the council's agenda and provide a great team in complement with the city manager. I'm proposing that we move forward with this position as soon as possible, even though it might seem like, oh, well, we should get, as has been mentioned, Mark is here on an interim basis, and there's some logic to getting a full-time city manager in place and then building out the team. I really feel that we're seeing a nice level of continuity and support with Mark Thompson here. And if we were to start, we could bring this person on very quickly. He or she and Mark could work together to continue to build out some of the strategic objectives for the city, provide a really nice level of continuity to move forward. So that is one position that I would like to move forward with very quickly. I will likely be coming back and asking for additional support for staff, but I think getting this position in place first will help further identify the future needs. The other position I would like to start working on tomorrow is as was mentioned earlier, is the superintendent position for the DPW. It was also discussed around an assistant or supervisor for DPW. I'm not sure if it makes sense to have that officially authorized now or later. My hope would be to bring candidates forward for these two positions in January. Ideally, we would have some finalists ready for interviews with council on the January 14th meeting. If we could get a DPW superintendent in place in January and February, and then finalize the job description and then start for interviewing and recruiting for the supervisor position after that, that's kind of the timing that I'm thinking about. So again, I think there's going to be some other roles and responsibilities that will need to be filled to provide the level of service that you all would like to see for Fraser. But I think there's some continuing discussions that we need to have on exactly what that should look like, which I think are best, handled probably in January. But I would like authorization to move forward on these two positions as soon as possible. And happy to answer any questions and have discussion.
Great. Well, I agree 1,000%. I also sent Mr. Thompson an email this evening. Maybe he can share that with you tomorrow, some of my thoughts. I know you've talked to other council people too, so I think it's very vital that we get these things going as soon as we can. Is there any other council members with a comment? Councilwoman Baranski.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion to allow Amy Sell and Mark to proceed with the hiring of a assistant city manager / finance director / IT supervisor, that all encompassing position as soon as possible.
Second.
Second.
A motion and support. Any other comments? Mr. Lesage.
Me, I had to switch headphones.
Go ahead, Mike.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
No.
Okay, sorry.
Just a little bit, not very clear.
Very low.
Does it have a microphone that you can pull down?
How's this?
Better.
Yes, better.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Battery died on the other ones. All right, the question I would have is when would we set a salary range for the posting? Normally we would assign, kind of figure out where we would be with wages and benefits prior to the posting. So are we delegating that responsibility to Amy and Mark?
In my motion, yes, I'm delegating the beginning discretionary to be determined commensurate with experience concept for salary and benefits as part of her job duties.
Okay, should we add that to the motion? Just the specific about delegating that part of it? I would be comfortable with that. So,
Okay.
I mean, that's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I voted for Amy Sell to be here to make those. I have no idea what the going rate is for an assistant city manager / finance director. So I'm
expecting an 85, that most qualified candidates would be in the range of 85 to 95,000. But I will be, I always like to be somewhat open-minded, depending on those candidates and seeing what unique things they bring, as well as not leaving money on the table. So I would expect to come back when I'm ready to present candidates for interviews. I will also have their specific target as well, so that you would have that, so we don't interview someone that's not where it's not going to be a good salary fit.
Okay, so that would be the range you'd be posting, 85 to 100 or so is ballpark.
Yeah, I actually often don't post a range just so that we take in mind if someone has amazing experiences that would be above, sometimes I like to provide us that flexibility. I also don't like to leave money on the table if somebody's low in the range. So I generally don't do that, but I ask very quickly what people's target salary expectations are and make sure that that's in the general ballpark of what I would believe the budget to be.
Okay, that satisfies my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm always for if we ever find somebody who can rank grants or write grants for the city, that alone is worth $10,000-$15,000 to have a person who really knows how to write grants. So, any other questions on the motion? We did have a second, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
It was me.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Ms. Dolan, could you please call a vote?
I'm going to ask if you could please repeat the motion.
Yes, the motion was to approve or to authorize the hiring of a assistant city manager / finance director with the job duties and classifications as discussed and defined by Amy Sell.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I believe Ms. Baranski, the motion is not to authorize the hiring.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Recruitment.
Thank you. Yes.
Corrective.
Start the process. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Don.
All right. Member Baranski?
Yes.
Member Blanky?
Yes.
Member Carnegie?
Yes.
Member Kalka?
Yes.
Member Lesage?
Yes.
Member Shornack?
Yes.
Member Winniwicki?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
A report of council.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask Amy Sell. We talked about the assistant DPW. Would you prefer if we discussed that now? Because the next meeting isn't until January 14th. And I certainly don't want to leave the DPW low because they only have 10 and they're going to have 8. So, but I know your time is precious. So,
it wouldn't hurt me to have the ability and direction to move forward with both positions. I expect that when I do the recruitment for the DPW superintendent, I will get candidates for a supervisor role.
Right.
Well,
that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, so if I can come back to you in January with, and I'll plan on providing weekly updates through Mark to provide to everybody on a weekly update on both of these recruitments. But yeah, if I am able to come back and hire 2 people in January, then this would give me the ability to feel more comfortable moving forward.
Okay, then I'd like to make the motion to authorize Amy Sell to begin the recruitment process for the assistant superintendent in the DPW. I think that's the job category.
Second,
I have a motion and second. I do have a question just I wanted to pose. If a new superintendent comes in and because of the size of our department and what we handle, doesn't think we need a assistant superintendent, what would be our position?
Yeah, I would want to bring on the superintendent. I would want the superintendent to be in place before we make that second hire
Right.
for those and many other reasons.
Right,
But it
but what
could
my
happen.
point was, if he felt that we didn't need one, what would we do?
Well, we're just interviewing, so we just wouldn't offer a job.
Right.
Okay. I just want to understand all the positions.
I would say I concur and not hire someone. That'd be my vote.
Well, I just want to make sure we're
Yep.
on the right direction.
I just personally envisioned exactly what Amy said is she's keeping it how she's going to advertise it based on her last experience. She's going to get people that might be more qualified for the supervisor as opposed to the superintendent. And it's silly to wait 2 months and then go through that exact same process and maybe lose out on that candidate. I'd be shocked, but would love if the superintendent said we were overstaffed. I'd be shocked, but that would be music to my ears. So,
Council, okay.
Thanks, Mayor. So it's kind of late, and I just have a quick question. How is this different than the motion that we made earlier today and the motion that was made back in March to hire someone?
this is for Jason's job, not Nick's.
Yeah, but I thought, didn't we do that earlier? Or was that just to move that forward up into the front of the?
Yeah.
I feel like we're just making the same motions over and over again, but that's just me. Okay.
Two different wonderful
There's
employees.
so much going on that, Amy, hire everybody we need yesterday.
Yeah, I think we're just giving Amy very clear direction. That's all.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Anybody else? So we have a motion. Ms. Dolan?
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
yes,
Member Carnegie,
Yes.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesage,
Yes.
Member Shornack.
You're muted.
Patrice?
I unmuted and I said yes. I don't know why we're having issues, but yes.
Okay, motion carries. I see Nick, you got your hand up.
Member Winawiki.
I vote yes too.
Thank you.
That's your mayor pro tem.
So it is getting late. Already. Go ahead, Nick.
If I could, Mayor, one thing in just listening, I can promise you that the department needs 2 supervisors, superintendent and a supervisor, just for the daily duties and what's entailed. So for whatever it's worth, whoever comes in, qualifications, it needs both.
Good, appreciate, yeah, no, it was just a question. That was no direction. It was just a simple question. But thank you, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Report of mayor and city council, any new business? Ms. Blanky, you're first.
well, thank you, Mayor. It's late. We've had a long meeting. I would just like to, for many, many years, I've been able to say Merry Christmas in many capacities, and especially this year. it's a special year. It's a hard year. It's something like, God willing, we'll never see again. So with the stress of all of it and the challenges it has given us, I wish everyone the grace and blessings from that little baby Jesus so that you make it through the year and next year's a better year for all of us here in Fraser, in America, and in the world. God bless you all. Merry Christmas.
Were you calling on me?
Yeah.
You're muted. Okay, yeah.
I think Officer Bisbee muted me for some reason, but go ahead.
I want to echo exactly what Councilwoman Blanky said. I'm a firm believer in the reason for the season, and that's Jesus. And Merry Christmas to everyone. And I also want to let everybody know that we met with our children early for Christmas this year, and we got a very special announcement that we're going to be grandparents again.
Yay!
Good for you.
And it's going to be another little girl. So,
just like me, Dave.
Yeah.
World around. Girls rule the world.
So, Merry Christmas, everyone. And again, Nick, thanks for your service. Good luck in your future endeavors.
Councilwoman Baranski. Unmute.
First, I want to thank Amy Sell for doing exactly what I asked for when we started this journey. We need to find different ways to operate. And the plan you presented today is exactly that. We have limited resources, we have services we want to provide, and we have to think outside the box. And to me, this plan proves your value tenfold because you gave us a different way to look at things. And I can't wait to see what you do with each and every department as you get to them in light of what you've done. So thank you for that. I wanted to let, and I know it's late, but just a couple things because I don't want to follow up with emails tomorrow. I'm getting a lot of emails or texts that the technology problems seem to be coming from the city's end tonight in the meeting, that there's a lot of lag time with the people at City Hall. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. And it's mainly on the TV. So just so that you guys know that. Also, I just wanted to let the residents know, I got a lot of comments and questions about the stop signs on Fruhoff. And this is a kudos to Mark and also Nick. We are doing things the right way. We are following the laws and the rules, and that might not have been done in the past. And so if there's a stop sign there, that means it's legally going to be allowed to be there. So just know that this city council and this city hall are doing things the right way. And if you have any concerns or questions, reach out to us. Social media, sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't. I always check emails. And so please continue to call and reach out, and just know that we're moving slow. Government works slow, but we're getting there. And I think we've had a lot of progress over the last month. And I really like where we're going, and I really like what I see. So thank you to everyone on council for all of the effort and assistance and above efforts. My last thing, the question that I have for you is, we had only had the 2 meetings a month through November, and already I would like to propose, and we can do it in January because it's late, but we should have 2 meetings in January because I would like to do the interviews at the second meeting because we have so much general business that I would hate to be interviewing and then doing business into 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. So we can call it a special meeting or whatever everyone's consensus is, but I think at least through January and February, it's going to be wise with the hirings that we need to do to have 2 meetings a month. And other than that, everyone have an absolutely wonderful holiday.
Great. Thank you much, Ann. Councilwoman Suzanne Costa.
Thank you, Mayor. I laugh every time because you always say my first name to make sure you say it right. So thank you. Just a couple things. The kids went back to school yesterday, Fraser Public Schools, and keep the faith, right? So I know everyone has been kind of on the fence about it, but just keep the status quo, right? And make sure that you guys are just being safe as you can. I know this is not easy. It hasn't been easy. So it hasn't been easy for us either. And I do want to but to congratulate the newest members of the National Junior Honor Society. Tonight was their induction ceremony, and my daughter was a member of that group. So I am incredibly proud mama tonight. And it was really great because I know that school doesn't come easy to her, but she still sits there till she gets it. So she doesn't give up. She keeps plugging away, and her commitment to the community is just as strong as it was when she did the bottle drive. She's always looking for opportunities to give back. So that being said, it is the giving season. It is the Christmas season. It is the most wonderful time of the year. So please, please remember that. Remember that it's not about what you get, what you don't have. It's about who you're with, the love you have, the moments and the just the memories that you have with the people that you love. That is the most important thing. So Happy New Year. We'll see you next year, which is the beginning of a great, well, it can't go anywhere but up, right? It's been terrible. But so keep the faith, as I say, and next year is the beginning. And I think it's going to be next year. We're all going to be, this time next year, it's going to be a different world. So God bless.
Let's hope so. Thank you. Councilwoman Shornack.
Okay, so I want to thank everybody who renewed their commitment to volunteering and serving on our boards. It is not easy to serve this city in any capacity, let me tell you, especially somebody who has been on many boards throughout the city and volunteering in many organizations. It is always a task. So thank you for your commitment to your city. Tomorrow starts Hanukkah. For all those who do not celebrate Christmas per se, happy Hanukkah and happy Kwanzaa. And although she will kill me in about 5 seconds, it's Kathy Blanky's birthday on the 20th. So happy birthday, Kathy.
Happy birthday.
Birthday.
Which she'll kill me for later, but that's okay.
Thank you, Patrice.
Those are things that need to be celebrated. Too many people are passing by opportunities to celebrate things that,
It's late, Patrice.
In fear.
Pull your plug. We're done here. Oh my God.
And thank you to those individuals who not only do their job, but try to do their job better than just doing their job to get by for our city. I appreciate when our employees do go the extra mile. This whole COVID thing has sucked for everybody. I don't see it getting less sucky anytime, unfortunately, in the future. But here's hoping, and here's hoping with the new year that everybody, families, cities, and everybody can just move forward and hopefully start making this country a better country than what it was once before. So we'll see. We'll see if COVID actually makes people look at themselves a little differently and how they do things, because I think that was the message that was supposed to come out of this craziness. And I think a lot of people are still missing the important value of family first and commitment to each other. So we'll see how that works out. But hopefully in the new year, we will have a great new year. Congratulations to all you grandparents who are going to be grandparents again. I'm grateful we're stuck where we are right now. I don't need more right now. Thanks. So enjoy the new year. Enjoy your families.
Thank you. Councilman Lessig.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I hope everyone can hear me this time.
Yep.
Okay, good. First of all, I see Nick Schaefer is still hanging out. I would like to. We'll try that again. Nick, you're here. I'd like to say thank you to you. I've appreciated working with you the past several years. I think it goes back to probably 2014, 15 when we first met, working on the park. And I wish you and your family all the best as you venture into this new opportunity for yourself. I'd also like to say thank you to Jason and Hoffman and your entire team. You guys rocked it this year. You delivered on Fruhoff. You helped get that done. The Utica water main project and the 14-mile water main project and the PRVs. Those were exceptional projects of several $1 million. Not something we do every year. And I'm very proud of everything you guys have done. And we got somebody knocking at the door. But second of all, I would like to thank the business sponsors of the snowmen that are arranged around City Hall. Several local businesses paid for the materials for those, and they are exceptional. I'm not an artist, so I didn't get to use them. I didn't have any involvement in it. Sorry, somebody's still knocking at my door. Last but not least, Dominic's Pajama Drive. They are having a drive-through pajama drive at Athena Hall on Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Dominic's goal is 4,000 pairs of pajamas. He's a little bit short of that goal, but if you've got a couple of pairs of kids' pajamas, you can drive to Athena Hall in East Point or Roseville, wherever that is, at Saturday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. And so that's all I have, and I got to go answer this door real quick. I apologize.
Thank you, Mike. I want to thank you.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. I just got a couple things. First of all, I'd like to special thank you to Officer Scotty Valdi. He kept the Shop with a Hero event this year. We did about 25 kids, I believe, with the paid on-call firefighters and all the public safety officers. We had a big show of officers. Each kid was awarded with a $100 card, and we actually took them all shopping in different times. So we were COVID responsible and spread it out through the evening. And Meyer also gave bags of goodies to them. So, and I also want to thank Councilwoman Susan Kalka for the pizzas the families took home for them to eat. So it was a very successful and very enjoyable event again. I don't think I've missed one since we've had it, and it's always just a fun part of the year for me. So I appreciate it, and Scott did a great job in carrying that event on. As Mayor Pro Tem Winniwicki, I also found out Saturday I'm going to have my second baby granddaughter into this world next year. So it's going to be two for me within a year apart. So
Congratulations.
I can have, in 20 years, I can talk to them about they're both COVID babies, and we'll see how that goes. But I did want to wish all the residents a very Merry Christmas. Please be safe. I understand there's a lot more decorations and inside celebrations and much more live trees out there this year, so please be safe with them. Make sure your smoke detectors and CO detectors are well, batteries are working and are changed. Stay very safe, enjoy your families, whatever you decide and how you decide to do that. Just be safe in how you do it. And I'd like to wish all the council a very, very healthy and safe Merry Christmas and a new year coming forward. It's been a pleasure this last year. It's been a lot of meetings, a lot of hard work, but it's nice to hear out in public that they see the difference with infrastructure being fixed and new businesses coming in. And if anyone wants to see something really positive, take a drive and go look at Healthmark with their Christmas lights on that building. It is absolutely sensational how big of a project that turned out to be and how beautiful it is. So again, thank you to all. And Mark, thank you for all your time in the meetings the last few months. I know we have a lot of them, but they're very, very, very productive. So, and I will leave it at that. At this time, item 11, I would like to call on citizen participation for anyone in the waiting room who would like to comment. I don't see any. Nope. Okay, well, everybody listening, again, we wish you a very Merry Christmas and be safe.
Motion to adjourn.
We can't do that. We have to go into item 12, back into a closed session. And then we
Good luck with that, Dave.
Oh,
Motion to go into closed session to discuss a legal opinion.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. We'll go into closed session at 10:50.
Second. Sorry.
We gotta vote.
We gotta
We'll go into
vote.
closed session at 10:50 PM.
We gotta vote.
We have to
Yes,
vote,
Ms.
Mike.
Dolan, could you please call a vote?
Member Baranski,
Yes.
Member Blanky,
Yes.
Member Carnegie,
I just want to say no once. I'm going to say no.
Let me know how that works out for you.
Member Kalka,
Yes.
Member Lesage,
Yes.
Member Shornack,
Yes.
Member Winawiki,
Okay.
6-1.
Okay, we'll go closed session at 10:59 or
10:52.
51.
Did you stop the meeting? Is the meeting over?
Hey, you
No,
there?
but after.
We're gonna reset the services.
I
no.
make a motion.
no.
That's right.
I make a motion. What? You can't hear, Mike? Mike?
We can't hear you.
Mike, we cannot hear you, Mike.
Amy. I'm making this motion.
I'm the secretary, darn it.
No.
That way I know they're worded right. No disrespect to you.
Oh, that's just rude.
Did you write it
It's
down?
fine.
No,
If you
I-
want to take the lead on make all the motions that's ever to be made ever, then fine, go for it.
I don't always agree with you.
Listen,
Yeah.
me, Carnegie, and Lesage have dealt with this.
No, no. If you're going to be the one to make the motions, it doesn't matter. You still have to make them. You can say no. We've had people second motions and then say no.
Mr. Mayor,
With good reason.
can we hear you? Are we back? I'd like to make a motion to direct the city attorney to.
We're not back yet.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. His mic isn't working.
Can't call the meeting to order.
The other computer again.
Do you love technology? No.
I do.
Yes, I know that, Mike.
Yeah, speak for yourself, Patrice.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order at 11:20. Councilwoman Baranski.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to direct Defense Counsel to proceed as discussed in closed session.
Wait,
Defense Counsel, City Attorney.
City Attorney.
Yeah, there you go. That's what you get for making the motion when Michael and I wanted to.
Mr. Lesich, would you like to try again?
Legal counsel is what I meant to say.
Okay.
Legal counsel.
Okay. Even I caught that. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second.
Second.
Ms. Dolan, could you please call a vote?
Yes. Member Baranski,
Yes.
member Blank, or Kathy's gone. Member Carnegie,
Yes.
member Kalka,
Yes.
member Lesage,
Yes.
member Shornack,
Absolutely.
member Winawiki.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Motion
6-0.
carries. Looking for a motion.
Go ahead.
Adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Merry
Amen.
Christmas, everybody.
Everyone have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you all.